So I'm going to be working on adding debugger support to Bun. The main thing here is that it's going to mostly be C++. It's actually going to be very little Zig. I have some of this set up, but it's not quite right. And the important thing is that it's missing a bunch of stuff. But first I need to finish getting this stream started. So give me a second here. It'll just be like 5 minutes, really less than that. All right. Okay, so the first thing I need to do here is we need to look at exactly which events are missing. Also, I'm still setting up, so it'll be a second here. It'll be like 30 seconds. Okay. So currently the way this works, this was some code that I had a while ago. Or I guess first I should say what is even visible on my screen here. Let me make sure actually that this is visible on my screen in the stream. I don't really stream normally, so this is very new to me. It doesn't show it, at least as far as I can tell. Can somebody confirm that they can see my screen correctly and everything? Okay, yeah, I can see it on my screen now. Okay, great. Okay, so the gist of what this is, how this works roughly right now is we have, great. So we have this Bun Inspector, which is a WebSocket server using the same WebSocket server that Bun uses for bun.serve. And there's a handful of functions that are expected that JavaScript core expects to implement for inspectors. This is all C++ in this case. We have like, if we look in this list of like in the protocol monitor in Chrome, this tells us this is sort of like a debugger for the debugger, and we can see that these are functions that are not implemented by JavaScript core. So the first thing we need to do is figure out figure out like what is the best way to make it work, like make these functions that are missing that are important work. I think some of these can be ignored, but I don't think all of them are. So to do that, there's a few things here. The first thing is I'll walk through a little bit about the flow of how also this code is pretty messy, just to warn you. But so the way this works roughly is that JavaScript core has these agents, and I don't actually fully understand how this works. So part of why I'm explaining it aloud is to help me understand. Yeah. So also just for, I just switched the window to I have WebKit open in one window and Bun's code base in another. This is the WebKit window. So they have like these inspector agents, and these agents implement domains, I think is what they're called, and that's what like debugger is. Oh, I don't know if that actually zooms or not. So these domains are like describe the protocol that is sent back and forth. And because Chrome's protocol is mostly based on WebKit's protocol, because Chrome was originally a fork of WebKit, there's still a lot of overlap, and they share a lot of the same JSON RPC stuff. But there are important differences, and that's where it's broken right now. We can see we successfully send messages. We can see that we can successfully send some metadata here, but these things are not implemented, and we need to figure out what we're actually going to do about this. Oh yeah, I have it open in another window, or like on my other monitor, but I didn't originally. So the question now is, we need to implement these functions, and I don't know how yet. The easiest way would be if we were to go to what is it? If we were to go to JS Global Inspector, where it's actually, it's already open. The easiest thing would be if we could just have a function like some called. Basically, the core of the problem here is that JavaScript core is a different code base than Bun, so it's actually hard. So right now we're 5 people full time, probably 6 people full time next week. And we're 1 person part-time. But I was answering, and I was answering the question. I was just wondering how many people work at Bun currently. Yeah, so the thing to figure out how to, we need to basically implement this function, and then the most important one, there's actually an event that this is supposed to run. If we run it in Node, we can see the comparison of what protocols are sent, or what events are sent. Where is that? So if we go node inspect break, we can just to compare the different events. So that's on a different port. And we go here, we can see there's a bunch more events that we're missing here. Specifically, it's get script source. We were sending get script source. I don't know if you saw that earlier, but this runtime get properties, it's never even getting there. But there's just a lot here that we're just not sending. So we need to figure out why. But there was one other one too that was really important, which is like, how do you see the objects in the terminal? And that's the one, I think that's the easiest one to do. Or like it's like something like set execution context ID. I'm barely remembering. It was a little while ago that I looked at this. Also, it keeps, oh, that's what it is, runtime get isolate ID. Though I don't know why, I think this is confusing the node one and the Bun one. There we go. So you see it returns a debugger ID, which appears to be a randomly generated, like math.random, but without any decimal points. And then, and so if we compare, we want another window of that to compare against. But I think kind of the first thing that we should do here is figure out why. So this is a node. This is why it works, because this one that it is working is node, which is not, you can see it's node. But we're just looking at this for comparison. It would be great if I could figure out how to have a second tab like this open, so that we can have both. But I'm not sure how to do that. Can I do? Okay, actually we can. Great. Okay. So if we go in here, we can see it does successfully get the script source. Those first few events look consistent, but there's no runtime execution context created event. And I have a feeling that's the main problem. So the question is, how do we actually do that? And basically, the way this works, as far as I can tell in WebKit, is we have, we need to be able to extend this class. I think. I'm not 100% sure. But we can see it's a final class, so we can't just directly extend it. However, and also this runtime backend dispatcher thing. So these, in WebKit, each of these front-end dispatchers and back-end dispatchers, there's like a generated gigantic JSON thing that it generates, and for like the whole protocol, and that's so it doesn't have the implementation for these because it's not implemented by Safari's dev tools. So we should figure out exactly where this runtime, let's figure out where runtime backend dispatcher is defined. Is it like using, where is this? Oh, that's probably because of files to include. I'm just trying to find in the WebKit code base where this is defined. Inspector runtime agent is relevant. Oh, this might be generated code. And you can see in this list of excludes that might be causing it to be hidden. What's unfortunate is that go to definition doesn't seem to work for this. It's really slow with C++. It is, it's like, I've just had this window open a very long time, and you can see it's not fully working. Like there's like all these red squigglies for things that should be there. Those, on the other hand, those could also be generated code. So it's kind of hard to tell actually where the bug is there. But it's definitely not fast. That was in response to how do you get your VS Code Intellisense to be fast. Okay, so I think what we should try here is basically the ideal here would be that whenever there's a not found function, we can just override it, because it's going to be pretty hard to maintain. It would be hard to maintain every time we add a patch to WebKit. It's something that's really annoying to maintain because they have tons of changes. We have to stay up to date with them, and we have like a fork basically. And ideally we wouldn't even have a fork, but it is what it is. So the thing to figure out is like, well, how do we do this in a way that's maintainable and also can live ideally in our code base and not in our WebKit fork code base? So probably what we can do here because in our case, there's only going to be exactly one usage of the debugger because we're not going to have multiple implementations. So maybe we could have like, well, I think first we need to look at this. There's some crazy Python script. There it is. This is the code that WebKit will generate for doing all the inspector protocol stuff. In this code, which is generated, we need like a on not found handler, basically, is what I think would be a good way to do this. And then, I mean, the other option is actually just making it generate the types and then implementing it. That's probably technically easier. But it has that issue of, okay, well, now we're going to have to deal with having a bunch of changes in the WebKit fork, and then maintaining that. So it probably is easier if we actually just make it so when there's a when it's not found, there we go. So when it's not found, so when we call report protocol error, I don't know if it should be here exactly. I also don't know how they distinguish between large switch and small switch. Interesting. Huh. Yep, WebKit's code base uses a bunch of Python scripts and also sometimes Perl scripts for generating code for various things. We use Bun a bit for that too. For large code bases, generated code is really helpful. So, okay, we need to figure out maybe I'll add a like on not found handler, and then well, we also need to see how it actually dispatches the messages. I don't have that much code context on this code, so this is going to be me figuring it out, how this stuff works to some extent. Let's look at where that's used. Interesting. Okay, so it's a bunch of JavaScript, some HTML, or I guess that's a test. For Bun, mostly we use some scripts just in like TypeScript. We have like 5 or 6 of these. In Bun, it's like you do make headers, or you do make code gen, or you do make yeah, there's like 5 of them. But we don't use Python for it. We just use Bun. We take every opportunity we can to dog food the product. Let's filter this to be just C++ and Zig. Okay. So that returns, well, I guess it doesn't return anything, so it's a little bit less useful for our use case for understanding what we're doing here. What I'm trying to do is see just how any arbitrary method is exposed in the protocol. Well, I guess it's RPC, so these are probably what it's called. So it'd be more helpful to look at something that has a return value. Probably get preview would be one of those. This looks somewhat relevant, but not quite yet. So this implements the function, and then, okay, but now the question is, where does it handle this? Inspector runtime agent, get preview, mute console, return preview. Okay, so now the question is, what calls that? My guess is that oops, that's too much stuff. And let's hide JavaScript, and let's hide HTML, let's hide anything with tests in it. What we want to see is where it uses this protocol to actually send the value over. That's potentially relevant, but I feel like that's just JavaScript calls, not like, okay, to inspector value. Interesting. I don't think that's it still though. We want to see it's like dispatch message to front end or something like that. That's going to be too generic. There's a million things called dispatch in JavaScript. Okay, I think what we should do here is, so there's two approaches to this. One is that we do it like the right way, which is make it so these runtime things expose the right functions. And the other way is we make it so that the WebSocket server just inserts them and responds to them without ever going through the front end. I think when I tried this before, there was a weird issue with this where like the message IDs needs to always be sequential, and then so if you miss messages, we have to then translate every single message going forward. But I'm not exactly sure. I think though there's a first infrastructural thing we can do here, which is right now the pause button doesn't work properly. I'll show you what I mean by that. So I'll first just hide the node one because it's kind of hard to see what's going on. So somebody asked, hey Jared, sometimes you post screenshots of your time tracker which shows like 60+ hours of work. How do you prevent eye strain with that amount of screen time? I don't really feel strain in my eyes, I can't remember. But I mean, sometimes I'm just tired. Like today, I'm actually pretty tired. But I haven't noticed a problem with eye strain, at least not consciously. It's totally possible that I do feel eye strain and I just don't realize it. I would say though the hardest thing about like long days is like I just need to make sure that I get enough sleep, because if I don't get enough sleep, then I'm just not very productive. Also, the hardest thing becomes communicating, because I'll like right now my sleeping schedule is really messed up, and I woke up at like 1 p.m. today, which is just not good when you're working with other people too. Yeah. So we can see that this is the thing I think is the first thing to fix. It's not the main issue, but it is definitely a problem, and that is you can see it's not actually pausing. Like it's running as though it is paused, but it's just spamming paused events. And the reason why is because the inspector is just running on the same thread, so it has to listen. It has to listen for events, which means it's never actually paused when it is paused. So we're going to just move this to a separate thread, and that'll fix that issue. It won't fix the other issues, which is that you can't actually see any variables. Also, I can't even, because I pressed pause in that spot, it would, I had to kill the terminal because it was just spamming the pause events. Okay, so to fix that, first we're going to see, I don't exactly remember if this is how the lifetime of this inspector works. Okay, I think it just starts forever. All right. What we need to do is we need to create a lock that runs first we need to create a thread that there's two steps here. One is we need to create the thread, and then we need to set a lock. There's somewhere in here we have like run We have some code that's like, what do we do when the debugger is paused? Here it is. While is paused, tick while waiting for debugger. And so we need to change this, and this is just going to be a lock instead. So the way that'll work is we go to here, we need to create a lock. Also, I need to see exactly where I import this file. Great, only in 2 places. I think WTF has a log, but I don't remember exactly what it is. I think it's not JS log, but we do have some logs in other places. So I'll just see what they're doing here. Normally I use Zig for all this stuff, so I don't actually know as much about this code base in this part. Locker, that's what they use. Okay, I think that's supposed to be stack allocated though. Let me see. Yeah, well, that's not necessarily true. Nope, it can be anywhere, I think. But it doesn't look like they ever store the locker. Did they store the locker? Let's find out. Okay, so this is very relevant. It's somewhat relevant. I think we just want a mutex. Let's just look for where they stored mutexes here. Okay, I see. So they have a lock in a locker, and that's how that works. So we'll copy the same convention. We'll have the lock, and then set while paused. Where is that? While is paused. This is going to have a reference to the inspector. Why is that error? No conversion. It should just be, can I do that? I don't remember. All right, we're just going to say that, and hopefully it works. I don't know. Function detected. Instantiation constant. I don't know. What we need to do now is we're going to have the locker, and the locker is going to be, I'm going to reference the mutexes, the mutex. But first, now we need to look through WebKit's code to figure out how do they do. We just want to wait for the lock to be released. So to do that, we want to I think we just do locker. This is basically what we want right there. Oh, I see. while is paused, we're just going to lock it. And then, it's cling format. I do not like cling format. I'm not really sure if this is going to work, but we'll see. I'll try just also making it so it's inspector. Yeah, I think that's what it's complaining about, but I'm not 100% sure. Okay, well, one thing we can just do real quick is see if it builds. It'll complain if it's not right. Yeah, it does not like that. Okay. So that's one connection, and then we say I think we could do it a different way, that we can just say inspector dot ensure debugger, and then in Bun Inspector we'll implement function ensure debugger. Yeah, I think I copied WebKit's cling format config, but I'm not actually even sure if they use cling format, so it might just be just like a bad config. Sure, debugger. And this is now this. Inspector no longer exists. This technically should be like a protected ref or something like that. Oh, I think I know what's wrong. This needs to be like a WTF function, I think. How did I do that? I did that in one other. Oh, this is the place I did that. Well, not the only place. This equal this. I never remember how to do that. I think the problem is that it's a C. When I added, this is something I added to it, which I did, I think, a bad job of. This should probably be a little bit different. Like this is a C function, and it probably needs to not be a C function. Like it probably needs whatever C++ wrapper to make it callable. But let's see what happens. Did I do that right? Looks right. See if it complains. I'm sure it's going to complain, but let's try it anyway. Yeah. Oh, redefinition. Oh, that's why I did that wrong. Assigning to inspector from incompatible type lambda. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, well, I messed that up. Though I could do this a different way. Yeah, there's another way I could do this, which is I could make it so that way this has a pointer to the Bun Inspector, and then I cast the JS global object. So didn't I also, I might have made it so you can pass it extra data to that, in which case this wouldn't be necessary, but I don't remember. It'll be easier if I just make it so that Bun Inspector I'll just do the unsafe thing for now, and then we can clean this up a little bit later. Because we first just want to verify that this approach will even work. Bun Inspector, because also that this will mean we need to recompile this file, or all the files basically in the whole code base every time we make a change. So we're not going to deal with that right now. So now the way this will work is when we go here, we have a function that's like create start WebSocket server. So when we do this, if it did succeed, then we're going to say inspector is a global object. There's definitely a way to get the global object, yeah. So that seems to be, why did I make that private? It's very weird that I did that. Then I made it like Bun Inspector pointer. There it is. That. So this is just going to be a copy of inspector pointer. I'll make that actually with the right type later. It just takes too long to build this file right now. So now we can get the inspector via the via this class. And I'll just make that a static function in this file. Yeah, I should probably use a real IDE for C++, because like I really just use VS Code everywhere. That's the thing. So it's kind of hard to use a different one. I could use Xcode. Xcode would probably be better for this. We're first going to assert that we have this at all. Because if we don't have this set, we will get a seg fault, and we don't want to have a seg fault. And then we're going to do this reinterpret cast. Somebody asked, hey, where do you think Bun would be now if you had not given up on Rust? I would imagine, I can't really say, it's really hard to know these things, but I would say that I think Zig, the developer velocity with Zig is just really good. I can't imagine we'd be faster, or like we would have shipped more stuff if it was written in Rust. What am I doing? This is wrong. Let's reinterpret cast. This should be Bun Inspector on this. Okay. Then hopefully, what did I mess up here? Something is wrong. Am I messing a, okay, no, it was just slow. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. It does barely work. VS Code with C++, we've had a lot of issues, and it works pretty decently with Zig. Like so like that's why I mostly have used it, and also with JavaScript, it's just C++ in particular is not good with this. So yeah, so with so the question was, can you explain how Zig interops with C++? I'm new to Zig. Well, how we do this is we go to, we have like 3 different ways to do this. It's not great yet, but the TLDR is, Zig has really good, Zig is really good, has really good interop with C. So everything goes through C ABI. So you can see, for the most part, we just have a lot of bindings that we've written over time. And some of this is like generated code, not this file, but in this file, this is generated code. And so we just have all these headers that are generated by reflecting on the Zig types, which you can see in here. These functions, which are like cpp fn, this generates, we have a build step that generates that headers file, and then it also generates this headers.zig file, which are actually just Zig translate C on the C file, and that makes them all consistent. Probably the downside with this approach is it's a lot of extra code actually, which is not great. And also sometimes the types are like slightly wrong because the C types are less specific than the Zig types. So we end up having to write the same code twice in some cases. That's actually a good part of why I'm doing this part in C++, because these kind of the general thing is like when it's, we choose to use whichever way is faster to implement and more maintainable. And so we generally prefer Zig, but when there's a lot of like one-off C++ stuff that we'll need to spend a bunch of time writing bindings for, we instead use C++. So that's what we're doing here. Yeah. So now the next step. Swift would be a lot of, the question was, do you ever consider Swift considering their interop with C++? Swift is pretty slow compared to Zig. Like it's nice, it's very nice to write in, but Zig is Zig is very, very fast and very low level control over memory management. So I don't think it would make much sense for us to use Swift. Also because in this case for WebKit, we don't actually use the we don't use the Safari build, or sorry, the Mac build. Yeah, that's basically exactly it. We use C++ to avoid bindings. It's just whatever we're most productive with. These global objects. So we use a subclass of JS global objects, so we have to do this cast all over the place. While is pause inspector is locked. Cool. Then the next step is, okay, so we have the lock there. Now we need to actually run this inspector code in a separate thread. I don't think we're actually going to need to stop the thread, so I think we can just, I'm trying to remember the code they have. They have a bunch of code for threads. It's like atomic dispatch queue. That was like one of, well, that's not exactly a thread, but I'm trying to remember where the code is. It might just be WTF thread. That sounds right. The question was, any plans for a front-end framework that uses Bun, kind of like fresh with Dino? Probably, like, I think if we definitely are working on making the bundler like better for like part of the reason we did the bundler was to make it so Bun would be a good way to build front-end apps. But I don't think a framework by itself makes a lot of sense for us to do. I think it would be more interesting to build really good infrastructure that lets other people build frameworks on top of Bun. I think that would be higher impact. So what I'm doing now is figuring out how do we actually start a thread using WTF stuff? WTF stands for Web Toolkit Framework, something like that. It's sort of like WebKit's standard library. I probably messed that up. I barely remember how to do this. Maybe just that. No, I don't remember how to do a Lambda function with no arguments. That's how much C++ I write. This is not right. What's wrong with it? I know how to do it like this, though. I think first we need to create the inspector. So this app can be a null pointer. Let's see if we do anything weird with it when it's a null pointer. Server, call constructor. Oh, yeah, hey. Yeah, it's web template framework. Somebody asked, what are your thoughts on Firefox falling quite far behind on web standards these days? I don't know that they're behind. I don't really have much context on this, to be honest. I think it's great for there to be more web browsers, though. I think it's unfortunate that I think there's sort of this interesting thing where people, where like browsers, like because the web, you can do so much with the web, it becomes much harder to build web browsers. That's why I think momentarily forgetting the name, what is it called? Ladybird? I'm forgetting the name. I follow him on Twitter and he has great tweets. But I think that's why it's that project is really cool. Okay, so first thing we need to do here is we need to create the inspector. We're going to mark it as a null pointer. Serenity, yes, but they have a web browser called Ladybird, Lady something, and that web browser, I think that is okay. I wasn't sure. I think it's cool that they're doing that. In general, I think it's good to be ambitious with these things. Okay, so first we're creating this as a null pointer. We have to be really careful with that. But we're gonna, okay, so we listen, and then once we're, okay, so we're not gonna call the callback anymore. We're just gonna fake it. It's gonna be unfortunate for now, but it'll be okay. I still think that I'm messing up that syntax in some really stupid way, just because I don't remember. Just void, is that what you do? That's so stupid that I don't remember this. That's how much C++ I write. Well, actually, I write a decent amount of C++, just I don't know all the language. I think we also need to copy this host name. We're going to need to copy the host name, copy port, host name equal host name dot clone cross thread or something like that. Cross thread copy. Isolated copy, that's what it is. Isolated copy. And then we're gonna, I think that's all we need to do there. And then the rest of this code is going to move to the thread. This still feels like way too hacky. Like this is just really terrible code, and I don't like it. I'll make like a start inspector on separate thread function. And that's what we'll call. So now all this is gone, and that's because we'll do this. We'll say host name 16T4 URL title. And inspector is not going to be flagged there. It's just going to be this. Inspector equals this. That's right. Right, and then immediately we need to set app, because otherwise this is going to not work. We'll set app equals app. Yep. And inspector, we're no longer going to have this callback. Well, we should dispatch the callback. I'll deal with this later. Okay, so next we need to say, all right, so we create the inspector. Then we're going to say, we're going to create the thread. Well, we're going to say, this still feels really, really shitty, but still doesn't feel right. Inspector, and then start server, and then we need to copy over hostname. Isolated copy. For I don't remember, the title is going to be title.isolated copy, but I could just move that code down a little bit. What is the last one? I don't remember what the last one is. Name, title. Remove title. I think the title should actually be, might also need to be moved on a separate thread. Oh, URL, that was the last one. What does it use the URL for? Let's find out. Why does it have no? Oh, is it server? It's probably server. Yeah, it's server. Okay. There's a side effect of creating this, which is why we need to do it on the other thread. Inspector. Now it's saying there's inspector. We'll say inspector equals this. Once again, inspector for this. Where are we using the URL? That's the next question. It should be a red line here somewhere. Right there. Okay. Well, that's not actually it. I swear we are using the URL somewhere. So this creates the thread. We need to join, we need to detach the thread. So we're just going to immediately detach it. And then we're just going to call the callback and we're going to pretend it worked, even though it may not have worked. And I think inspector in here needs to be Do we need to do copyref? I don't remember. Decref probably fine. I don't think either of these are exactly correct. We also need a way to run something on the main thread. Also, this is going to create the debugger on the wrong thread, so I think that's not great. When we need to call ensure debugger. Let's call this on the main thread instead. This ensure debugger. I don't know what the thread safety situation is here. A bunch of this, so that will be interesting to figure out. If the connection, okay, so the next step is we need to intercept when it sends a pause event, and when it does, or when it's we need to know when it sends a resume event. I also don't actually know what the difference between connection type local and remote is. I knew at some point and I just forgot. But we wrote a bunch of code. Let's see if it compiles. It probably won't compile, but let's just see what happens. Oh yeah, this will take a few minutes, because our C++ compilation times are really slow right now. It's really annoying. All right, what do we got? Expected a type, void, I believe. Too few arguments. Hostname 4. What are we missing? URL. But we didn't really need the URL. But we'll bring it over anyway. I'll also just look at their code for reference of where it calls WTF create. Auto, okay. Oh, start server is expecting a string for URL. I think that's wrong. It should be WTF URL. And then here should be URL. Really, we should make like constant like pointers. Jason asked, have you guys considered just continually rebuilding on every key press in the background, but only like one recompile at a time to try to at least have some rebuilt by the time you need it? The problem is it takes like minutes to do this. So it's only like a handful of, on the C++ stuff, it's only a handful of files that are quite that slow. No member name pointer. Oh, that should be leak ref, because we're gonna leak. But the problem is that it just takes too long, and it'll get stuck. So like, if you continuously rebuild, then you spend a bunch of time on that, like creating and startup and tear down process. It's a similar problem with like hot module reloading. As soon as you fall behind, everything gets worse. I don't know if you guys can hear the fans on my computer. But yeah, now it's going. We still need to set up the lock to figure out exactly when is it supposed to pause or unpause. Let's see, that's how long it takes to, like, the IntelliSense hasn't updated yet, even though it's correct now. Okay, so now what we need to do once this finishes building is, I'm not actually sure. Once it finishes building, we'll see if the pause thing still happens. So just to reiterate exactly what we're doing right now is that when paused, it currently keeps going. This is not Bun. No, that's the wrong tab. And the reason why is because, there we go. So the issue is that when I press the pause button, it just spams a bajillion pause events. So that's because it's constantly checking, because it's pulling in the same thread. So we need to move the inspector to a different thread where it'll do the pausing, and then it'll actually pause because this mutex will be locked while it is paused. Of course, the second step here is that we need to figure out how do we know when it did pause. So to do that, we need to see that's what we need to see is did pause, did continue. There's actually this observer thing that we need to look at. How do we register an observer? Observers, okay. Add observer. All right, what is observer? Observer is this virtual class. That's great. This is very helpful. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to make an observer. So just so we have that in here, bring that over here. We're also going to implement observer. Where is that? Debugger. That's how you do that. I don't 100% remember. Do I already? No, it's not. So we also need to /debugger at the header. And it generates default functions for these. That's fine. So we want did pause and did continue. I think. I'm not actually sure. And we're just going to go ahead and I think it's override is how you do that. I don't 100% remember. Yeah, that's correct. You don't remove the virtual. I say override. And then in Bun Inspector, do this again. This is probably pretty boring to watch. 'Cause I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just guessing, but we're figuring it out. I don't even remember if override is what we're supposed to do here. It looks like it's telling me that we're not supposed to do that. I know that we have to just put that in the header. I don't actually remember if we need to put that in implementation. It's an easy way to find out, though. That is, do we have that anywhere? The answer is no. Only in headers. Let's just see if this happens. So now when we call, so that's the problem, is that we don't know if it did continue. It's not going to know that it did. It's not going to know to call it did continue without the resume event. So like there's some resume event that we should intercept here. We already parsed all the JSON that we get. So, oh, I think the other issue is we need to, when we call, we need to pull the event loop. That's the other problem here. I think we need to run. Or we do listen and then run. I think that's what we do. And then this is running on the other thread, so this is not actually a good idea to call ensure debugger there, because that's not thread safe. So that needs to happen before that. Yeah, most of our, majority of our code is in Zig. We have when it's easier to do something in C++ because of like JavaScript core bindings, we do it in C++. But I spend most of my time writing C++, or sorry, writing Zig. Okay, so we immediately call inspector ensure debugger, since that is the more thread safe way to do that. And now try rebuilding again. Don't know if that will work or not work. All right, we never actually added the inspector to the list of, so we need to get the debugger from the global object. Debugger add observer. And the observer is the inspector. And that's this. I think we need to do that to make it a reference. This maybe only use a non-static number. Oh, it already is I'm confused about where it's starting from. There. Well, get. Initial value of reference on constant must be enabled. Do that. That's ref. I don't remember how to do this. Pointer. That doesn't sound right. All right, I'm just going to try again and we'll see what the error is. Oh, I think it's pointer then that. There's a better way to do that. This is definitely not right. I think it has to. But this is like 100% wrong, what I'm doing right there. No member name pointer in Bun Inspector. Oh, that makes sense, because you were thinking, because it should be that. This is definitely wrong. Maybe do copy ref. I think that might be it. Because there's like WTF has its own references or like its own thing for refs, and then it also has, there's also C++ refs, and they're like slightly different. It might be that. but I feel like it's just .get. Actually, there's an easier thing to do here, which is add observer star this. That's what I would expect. Okay. That might be it. I'm not sure. I don't think it aired that time. We'll see what happens. Okay, this will probably crash pretty quickly. That's my guess, but we'll see. Yep, crash. Let's find out why. It's crashing because the debugger is a null pointer. And the debugger is a null pointer because the first thing to figure out is where do we actually start the debugger? And I think it's right here is the problem. Is we should call that function later. When we call ensure debugger, we should first call connect. Oh, that's wrong. This should be this connect. There's a bunch of setup stuff it has to do. So I think this is lazily allocated, and that's why it's set up. Okay. All right, next segfault. Let's see here. Add observer. Probably debugger is still not defined. So the question now is, where's debugger fault? Well, first, also let's double check that we are calling this in the right thread. We are. Okay. It does have the global object associated with it, so that shouldn't be the issue. We're doing a reinterpret cast on this global object inspector controller debug. Oh, I see. So instead, what we should do, let's make a little help method because we're going to mess this up continuously. We don't do that. So we'll say JSC debugger, and then that's going to be return global object inspector controller debugger. Oh, and this is actually not the same debugger. Well, it's almost the same. I think this is another, yeah, it's just is a wrapper. So this connect and then this debugger is, oh, I see. That's actually wrong still. Should it be, where we should figure out where exactly the inspector controller created. I think it's lazily created, but I don't actually remember. Oh, I see. Let's go inspector, debugger. That feels like something was wrong there, but we'll find out. this to be, oh, that could also be it. There's also some, I forgot, this branch has this header that's copied from WebKit, and that header might be no longer up to date. And that could cause these set faults as well. But we'll have to see. This is not required. Okay. This still feels like really hacky. I really don't like this approach. Just waiting for it to compile. Didn't actually finish, and then it just started working. So we'll save fault again. Okay. Let's see if it does or doesn't save fault this time. All right, got another one. Go a little further actually though. That's the good news. Okay, so this is crashing because script execution context is null. Let's look at what we are passing a script execution context. So that's not the issue. No, this is not right. We shouldn't do this. Let me call start server. Creating the debugger. We're associating it with that. And here, we should say JS global object, Bun Inspector. It should be just, this shouldn't be the JS global object. It should be the Z. Oh, I see. Inspector. Object. Bun Inspector. Pointer. Inspector. And then we're going to just increment the reference count. Make sure it stays alive. So we have to do all this stuff before we set up the server, because otherwise we're going to have a thread safety issue. And so we're just waiting for C++ to build. Okay, we're still segfaulting. Let's find out why. And it's segfaulting before it starts the other thread. So that's happening because in here, with context, okay, give a pointer to it. Maybe this pointer is actually dead. Seems unlikely. Well, the safe hole is here then. I don't know why the breakpoint isn't working there. Oh, so we didn't actually rebuild. That's why. Nope, it's not why. So we have the inspector starting the WebSocket server. That's the reference kind of pointer. Calling leakref on it. Thing is, we technically can do. That's not right. Object. The name Zig here is kind of remiss now. But that's something we should change later. Still crashing right there. Inspector ref. I don't think we actually need to do that though. Also, I think it should be this. Or that might be fine. We'll see. I wish linking didn't take so long. Okay, so we're still stuck with this right now, which is why isn't the debugger valid memory? And what it looks like is that for whatever reason, the context here is an invalid pointer, but that doesn't make any sense to me. So there's context, and then debugger is let's have a look at this header change. I think probably this header change. Correct. Nope, has not changed. So the question is, why is debugger incorrect? We'll try that. I don't think that's going to work. We'll try. My guess is that this is like this is a WebP thing I don't actually understand because I don't spend enough time on the C++ stuff. Okay, yeah, that's not right. Could do another link graph, I guess. I guess it's fine because we're not going to be really stopping the inspector when the application is run this way. So then if this fails again, then that means the issue is how that inspector debugger is being accessed and not how that pointer is being dereferenced. Cool. So we've established that. unfortunately. So the problem is that the debugger isn't being created for some reason. And I don't understand this well enough. Let's see why. Let's see how inspector controller works. I believe it's in here somewhere. Okay. So it immediately starts by calling inspector controller. Oh, inspector debuggable. That looks relevant. It looks very relevant. I think this is actually what we want to do. Call pause waiting for. And let's see what, is that what we're using already, or am I, what's going on? We're not using this at all. Okay, that's interesting. So, okay, let's look at that again. Oh, right, that's how we did that. We were implementing this. I forgot. I think that's how we were doing that. That is not, evidently, no, that is not how we're doing that. So, I don't know what ITML sits for. It still doesn't tell me. It's this is stupid, but maybe we didn't call it inspectable. We did. Okay. Jay Larkey asked, Jared, knowing what you know now, how would you make your ViteConf talk differently? Well, I said we'd have Vite support in October, and we still don't. We're actually pretty close, though. I think we'll have it in like a week and a half, probably. A lot of stuff, a lot more of Vite works than it did before. After the recent CommonJS changes, a ton more packages work in Bun. That's something that we should have done a long time ago. That was a big problem. That like the only way Bun actually supported CommonJS before was, yeah, I know. I keep saying Vite, because that's the word that I know it's pronounced Vite, and I have to just remind myself to say Vite instead of Vite. But yeah, those common that in Bun v 0.6.5, we rewrote the way we do CommonJS in the runtime. Previously, CommonJS was only ESM, and that meant that like a lot, and there were many issues with that transpilation. One of them was that we weren't re-exporting named exports that were statically analyzable. So you could only use the default value. And then on top of that, export star as and export star from didn't work. So that was why a bunch of packages didn't work. And that also was, especially with like packages that were both ESM and CJS in some files. And so we had these terrible hacks to make it, to try to determine, basically just guess if the file was going to be CommonJS or ESM. And so by just making it all at runtime, we removed the need for any of that entirely, and it works a lot better. Yeah, the thing I would be surprised if we still have any meaningful Node.js compatibility issues in 6 months from now. I think it's going to be a lot sooner than that before this whole class of problem is gone. I think it would have been, in some ways, writing Bun in C++ would have been easier, but I think particularly because the JavaScript core bindings, because we have a lot of JavaScript core bindings as Zig, but the only part that would be easier would be the runtime. Everything else would be so much harder. Jay Lucky said, so what you're saying is that you should have, so that you will have Vite working in June 2023. Honestly, I think the hardest part about Bun, not the hardest part, but one of the hard things about working on Bun is that there's so much scope. And so we the prioritization of what to work on is actually really hard. And we totally could have had Vite working 6 months ago, to be honest. But we probably wouldn't have had a bundler. We probably wouldn't have had, there's a lot of other things we wouldn't have had. So, and I think the highest impact thing for Vite support in Bun is the question is can we make Vite faster, and can we make building front-end apps really, really fast in Bun? I think that's more interesting than just does it work, because you can use it in Node if you just want it to work. To be clear, it's initially probably not going to actually be that much faster in Bun. But there's stuff we can do in the future to integrate the rest of the bundler and the runtime stuff to make it faster. It won't have that in the first version. At first, it's just going to be it works once it works. But yeah, let's figure out why this is not working. I don't know why. It's like the context pointers doesn't have the thing that we need. Let's just double check that context has the global object. It does. Okay. We can see right there. It's not 0. So then the issue is not the global object. It'll be easier if we make this inline. The issue is that global object vector controller let's see. So this is back to where we were before. Maybe we just need to call ref one time. Or the ref is a pointer, I never remember. Okay, global object. What is this complaining about? I'm also curious, if you think that working with other companies to support their own Bun runtimes is a viable strategy, like how Supabase and Netlify do Dino support. I think it'd be interesting to explore doing that eventually, but the first thing we need to do is get Bun to a 1.0. No, that's all right. Inspect. We'll try leak graph. I could also be complaining that, what is it saying? Inspector controller equal that, debugger. Is this a pointer? Yes, it's a pointer. There's no member. Call to deleted constructor. Interesting. Why is that deleted? Okay, let's see. Now the question is, which line will it crash on? That will tell us. Is it going to be here? It's probably going to be here. It's not a null pointer though. We can see that. So most likely it's here then. Most likely it's saying that this is not a valid. Yep. Oh, that's not it. Look at that. Source parsed. It's complaining that the callback is missing. Very interesting. So I guess we do. I thought because I was under the impression, which is evidently incorrect, that these functions did not need to be implemented. At least not all of them. Or was it? It's like observer. It's just debugger. Yeah. I was under that impression because it already has the definitions in there. But it seems to crash. So we should look at that. I'm surprised that this native executable is a function there. As you can see, most of the reason why this is taking me so long today to make progress is because I don't actually know C++ very well. I know it to be enough to be productive in a lot of cases though. Just not this one, unfortunately. Okay. Override. Override. I have a comment here that's like, this is the debugger interface. Of these, what do we actually care about? We will care about that one. Sound is interesting. No, these are missing overrides. Let's see what crashes next. don't actually understand this one. Source parsed. Maybe that shouldn't even be there because we're not even, I think it's because we're calling, maybe we need to change the order here. Maybe we need to connect only after we've added the observers. Which sounds backwards, but let's try. So this should be changed. Nope, that did not fix it. What is this? A null pointer? All right. Don't really want the reference counting stuff here, to be honest. Kind of just want a regular old pointer. So maybe we just try that. Change this to just be pointer. Change its callback to also be a pointer. Probably we should just get rid of it, to be honest. So we also need to update it here. This is now there. Oh, yeah, this is no longer reference counting. All right, let's see what happens there. Oh, it might not like context destruction observer now. So controller, still crash. All right, I'm going with, there is some inconsistency between the headers that is breaking this. That is my current assumption. Otherwise, we could just not deal with this add observer, but I think we really do want the observer. We should also look at if was empty attached debugger. That's interesting. Okay, so I think they did something. That looks like it might have fixed it. All right, makes sense. We needed to connect to the debugger before. All right, so now the question is, now we need to look at the implementation for when we pause, we want to lock that mutex. Really what we want to do is is paused, lock. We want to stop the thread until we don't want it to lock and then immediately unlock. We just want it to, we want to use the mutex to, I know how I would do this in SIG and or in C, but I'm not familiar quite enough with the WebKit APIs here. But we want to lock this, we want it to wait for the mutex to unlock, basically. So we need to make sure that let's look at our implementation of these functions in that inspector H did pause, did continue. So on did pause, well, it depends where this is sent. I think though, I think we could just say, we could just, I think first we could actually just try a spin loop while it is paused. This is going to use all the CPU. Or we just say sleep. This is not good, but this is like, we're just testing. All right. We'll sleep for like 100 milliseconds. I think we need nano sleep. Yeah. Is there like U sleep? Like microsecond sleep? Yes, there is. Great. We can do 100. That's fine. Okay. So since we are now listening to messages on another thread, in theory, it should actually sleep the thread. So I think we need to connect to remote, but I'm not 100% sure. We should find out. I still don't know what this does. Let's see what it does if you have has remote front end. Okay, this is some, I don't really know what this is. This is some like context menu thing, and that's not interesting for us. If doesn't have vector controller, okay, yeah, so this is just some like UI thing, which is not relevant since we're not actually using that UI. I think we're still gonna, right, all right, we're back here. Let's find out why we're back here. So did we get lucky last time? Or is it because this page wasn't open, maybe? Nope. I'm confused. Okay, so it sounds like it doesn't like when is the question now also is this invalid memory? It's kind of hard to tell. That's a little interesting. Inspector target callable wrapper is null. Oh, wow, that was interesting. What did I do wrong there? Oh, right. I changed it to be from local, but it didn't look like it does anything, that local versus remote thing. Like, I didn't see any code that, I guess I probably didn't look hard enough. That's not it. So this is very relevant, but unfortunately we don't. Oh, this is very, very relevant. Look at that. Handle WebSocket, Bun Inspector, HTTP server. This is extremely relevant to what we're doing. Let's see what their handle WebSocket does. Doesn't really answer our question. Send message to backend. Okay. Just did close WebSocket. Do. Close from front. Oh, interesting. Let's see what this is. Okay, well, all right, we're back to crashing. Fortunately. All right, well, we know what it is though. The debugger is null. Is the inspector controller null? Unclear. So what if we just say show debugger, then that. Also, it could kind of be an aliasing issue, because we have 2 pointers to the same thing. But I doubt that's it. Okay. Is it consistent? That's the next question. If we don't set the pause, does it crash? All right, that's kind of interesting. Let's see what happens when we do this. All right, now we are in this function, send message to front end, which you can see it's run on the other thread. I don't know if it accepts this. I don't know what the thread safety situation of this is. We're about to find out. I'm going to press pause, and it does nothing. Probably because we need to dispatch the message in a micro task. Not a micro, but a macro task. So to do that, when we say dispatch backend, this probably doesn't have a mutex. So we're going to look in here in dispatch to backend. Did I misspell that? Nope. It's just backend dispatcher.dispatch. This is going to be hard to find. Actually, I guess it's not. Oh, that's why. Let's look in backend dispatcher. This is going to be unhelpful, most certainly. WTF stands for Web Template Framework. It's like the it's like the C++. It's like WebKit has like a standard library. It's sort of like C++ standard library, but WebKit, it uses some of the C++ standard library as well. That's what we want to see. Let's understand if this is thread safe. Okay. Protect message object. It doesn't look like it's thread safe, so that's probably the issue. So we need to call this from the other thread. So to do that, create that on the other thread, and then we're going to say that's what we can do with this script execution context with post cross-thread task. I don't remember exactly how to do this, so I'm going to look at other code samples. We have one other, I thought we had a usage of this. We do in here. So we call thread. This is like we're creating what we're doing right now is we're trying to. Previously, the inspector was always run on the main thread, or the debugger was always run on the main thread, and that was causing issues because the pause button didn't work right, and it would just cause other things to be really weird. So we're changing it to run on a different thread. We're going to say clone for isolated copy, copied across the thread. And then we also need to keep a copy of this. It's going to be inspector this. We'll just delete this code for now and we'll address that a little bit later. Inspector, controller, dispatch. Global. let's see what happens. And this also needs to be changed. That's actually more likely to be the issue. That we're going to need a queue to go both ways. Okay, so it received messages. So it's receiving the messages, but I don't think it's sending them correctly. We'll see. I'll see if this function is called ever. I think the answer is no. Nope. Let's also just check that this is working right. Yep. It is sending the JSON. So now we need a queue to go the other way around. I think it's like up here. Yeah, send message in front of it. This is where it's not working right. We need to call publish, but from the other thread. So one thing we can do here is when we call start server, just before the loop starts, we'll say add post handler. And at the end of each loop, we'll check for did I do that right? I guess it should be inspector, Bun Inspector. What's this? Oops. Inspector, comma. I think that's right. Yeah, cool. So we're gonna, in here, we're gonna check, did we wake up the, or we're gonna check, we're gonna call train outgoing messages. Or we're gonna call inspector train outgoing messages. Then we're gonna have a mutex And then we're going to say lock holder, locker, pending messages lock. Then in here, oh, Travis Stelic asked, what type of debugger are you supporting, native, browser? So the goal right now of this stream, and I don't know if it'll be successful, we'll see, is to make it so you can use the like Chrome slash V8 debugger, just this like the standard sources and Chrome and console to make that work with Bun. Because right now it doesn't. So it means there's no way to use the debugger for Bun scripts. And that's a problem. So now what we're going to do here is we're going to say pending messages, append, move, yeah. And then we say now that we have a pending message, we wake up the loop. Wake up or wake, I don't remember. There's some way to wake up in, I think I could just do, all right, we'll just go through sockets here. We just do US, loop. I don't remember. It's like wake up or something like that. US. That's what I thought it is, but I don't think it's. It is US wake up loop. Seems wrong. Did we ever call that? Looks like we do. Okay. I guess it's US loop wake up. Okay, so it is US wake up loop. Oh. Yeah, I guess we could do it that way. We'll see if that works. I think it won't work. I think it's confused that this is, but this is actually a loop. So no longer be incomplete. I think. So then this, if this works, this is supposed to be called every single time that loop ticks. So it's going to be very contented. All right. It's not nothing. Did wake up. Oh, I know why. I forgot to set the loop. That's my bad. Equals, where do we set the app? There we go. So now we need to say this equals there. We technically should have a new text that waits for this to have started and blocks the whole app, but we'll see if it works. This is going to be a race condition if we don't. Didn't crash that time. Did it pause? I have no idea. Does that mean it's sent? It doesn't. I don't remember. Let's see how often this is called. Very often. Okay. Let's see how often this is called. All right. It was called. And this is run on the main thread, which is correct. Okay. So now when I press pause, it does interesting send pending errors. Let's look at what it sent. Doesn't tell us. Let's look at that one. Error code, debugger, set, skip, pause was not found. All right, makes sense. One thing that's interesting is it's not sending, it's supposed to be like, here are my sources, but it's not sending that. And then I guess now it's just never saying it again. see if that has been called in the wrong there. That's a pretty good guess. Nope. Let's just see. Isn't there? I don't remember exactly how to do that. All right, so let's click pause. See if these functions are not being called. Pretty sure. Yeah. So it's sending messages, but it's not actually, there's some bug where when a message is being so it works the first time for that initial batch of messages. Then we tell it, all right, now we want to send this message. Oh, this is very suspicious. This pending messages, we're not properly cloning this, I think. That's also wrong too. We'll do it. It's probably that. Travis asked, have you been using CLS since the binned allocator was merged? Oh, it's great to hear that merged. I haven't actually written that much today, which is unusual for me. But that's great because it was really hard on some large files. It would just take a while. I'll definitely check that out later today. Augie asks, hi Jared, what's your favorite game of all time? Probably, I played a lot of Red Alert 2 a while ago, like growing up. That's definitely up there. I like really redundant strategy games. Okay, so now what we're seeing, what I think was happening before is that there was like, it was appending to this without the lock, appending to this pending messages list. Yeah, now when I press pause, it actually did something. I think it's still not actually sending paused, but oh yeah, it's definitely working now for the, it's not getting the source right now, but it's responding to events. There we go, did pause. Interesting. And immediately it says did continue. That's weird. All right, we're going to try this again. I think we tried this before, but I'm going to try it one more time. What does remote do here? Okay. I press pause. And then now the question is, why does it immediately continue? Let's look at the code. Handle pause. Okay. It's because run event loop while paused is immediately returning. So let's set a breakpoint in here and see if this function is being called. Seems like the answer is no. Oh, it is. Okay. While is paused and is paused is equal to false. Why is that? I don't remember how I implemented this. Let's find out. This is very hacky and probably should do something differently. I'm done processing debugger events. Well, not done processing debugger events. Oh, so this is not actually is paused. This is has been resumed. So now the question is, where is that set to true? So if any of these are called, it is set to true. Okay. So we'll sleep and then I'm not sure. So that should just go to sleep a bajillion times in an almost infinite loop. But now it'll never wake up. So what we really should do is, well, we should also check, which thread is this being run in? Okay, it's in the main thread. That's great. Because we can say so we need the did pause really to run on the other thread for this idea to work, which is not what we want. Well, we could so the other option here, and this is not great, is US Bun okay, I think we could do basically this code that's like post task 2. We could have a queue that's for like the main thread queue. That would work. And we just wait for it to receive messages, process the messages. Then in the process of, as a result of processing the messages, it may then unlock. I think that's a reasonable approach. While unlock is resumed, then we say inspector process wait for messages. So there we say, okay, we're going to say throwing messages lock. That's not what we need. Colder, we don't want to, we basically want a few text. Yeah, I'm too confused with how all this, how I should, or that we're just going to use our own APIs for this instead of the WebKit ones. Trying to remember exactly how I do that. Or we can just look at somewhere in here. If is lock unlocked. Unlock. I feel like this is wrong, but we'll try it. Also, we should rename this because mutex is extremely ambiguous. Right, what is that? Incoming messages log. Then we unlock it once we receive the message. Um, Oh, but the thread, this is wrong. The thread is going to be, yeah, this isn't going to work. Though there's another approach here, which is when you're paused, we'll post task to this thread dispatch. Okay, so we're gonna say we're gonna use lock to say pending messages lock. Let me double check that. So we have the this is going outgoing. Messages lock. We're going to say isolated copy. And the idea is we're going to post a task to drain the messages instead of posting a specific message. Incoming messages. Then it should be able to communicate across threads. But that's the current issue, it's that it cannot consistently receive the messages. This is going to be a little spammy. Prompt drain incoming messages. So that's going to create a task on the task queue to do that. However, the issue is that we may never receive the task queue because if we're paused, then we're not receiving any tasks. So we also, but the good news there is that we're going to be, since we're already pulling thread, we're just going to be pulling it for it here. This time we say oh, these should be regular. Now we do what this originally did, which was, where was that code? It was like something dispatch from front end or something like that. Inspector controller backend dispatch. Let me double check that's the route. Or dispatch message. Is it this one or is it? I think it's send message. We'll see if that works. I don't know. So once this is fixed, the pause and resume button should work. I don't remember exactly what's going wrong that's preventing it from showing the source code. That needs to be addressed. That did used to work. But first, just getting it on the other thread. All right. All right, now it's just infinite looping. I don't know why. That's a lot of messages. Oh, I see. Well, almost. Maybe it's retries. It could be retries. There could be like some event that it's supposed to send when it like successfully pauses, and then there's some difference between the two. That's kind of my guess for what's happening here. This is very weird. Like, look at all that. What I also don't understand though is why is this not showing me any source code? It definitely was showing source code like last time I looked at this. That's craziness though. Maybe we should just have an atomic that's like, is it paused? If it is paused, then don't send it. So what I'm doing now is I'm seeing, oh, that's not right. It doesn't need task, really return. Also, because I never actually showed it. This is the script that I've been using to just keeping the event loop alive, waiting a tick, waiting a second, printing, just so we can see that the page is still going. Oh, it's probably every single time you call debugger, it's probably sending the event, even if it's already paused. That's my guess. So we probably should instead only do that. So that's why we're seeing like 1,000 debug messages. So it's probably not receiving. I see. So probably, I'm not 100% sure, but probably what's happening here is that when it's paused, the other end, the Chrome DevTools end doesn't actually realize that it's paused. There's some like ID missing here or something. So then it just keeps receiving the same pause messages. But okay, so it looks like it lost connection there. So let's try that again. Nope, we're back to where we were before. Or just spammed a bajillion times. Does it just do that in perpetuity? No. Let's look if it's the same data or not. Objective script ID. Now whenever I press pause, it does that. It's almost like we're not actually dequeuing the messages from the list. Oh, it could be this actually. I don't think we need to do this here. I guess we could just instead try to do this first thing that like the send the first message that Node sends. See what happens if we do that. We're not making much progress in this debugger closet. We're making some progress, but not enough. So I'm going to go back into Node. We're going to see what is that first message. So that's Node. This is Node, and that's Bun. It's weird that it's setting black box pattern because I don't. Oh, it is always doing that. All right. This is the one we want to send that we're missing. We're also not sending script parsed. That's the bug. Oh yeah, we had this code. I forgot about this code. But you'll notice node immediately sends runtime.execution context rated. But actually that's fine. There was no ID there. Let's just see what happens if we send this message too. There's like did attach or something like that. I'm trying to remember. Observer. Where's that? A friend's like design contractor did the Bun logo. They did a great job. Somewhere we found that add observer. Okay, observer. There it is. Field to parse source, to parse source. Where's like add, like attached? Oh, there it is. Well, I think we don't entirely need to do that. Instead, we could say on connection. Before we even do that, this is going to be a little bit aggro, but so basically we need to send a message that looks like Fhouse said, hey, just want to drop by and say thanks for the work on Bun tests over the past few releases. It's really come together. Yeah, thanks for doing that benchmark. That was really helpful. We haven't really had any benchmark of Bun tests that was like try to do something kind of real. Most of the benchmarks have been like on very specific things like expect or like or like various or like deep equals or like that sort of thing. And I think one of the things that benchmark showed that we need to fix is that the message function, the way we produce the error message in the expect calls, that needs to become lazy because right now it's eager. And so it means that if you have code that's like in a timer calling these expect functions, it's actually really, really slow because it's doing a big like deep equals or whatever. But yeah, we really want to make Bun tests something that people can use as like its own thing. similar to like using Jest. And I would say the main thing we still need to do there is mocks, and then isolated tests too. But I think the interesting thing there will be, can we make isolated tests not actually have any performance impact? And there's a couple ideas there to try. One is, can we, JSC has this like global scope extension thing, and it seems like most of the time the reason why you need isolated tests are because they have these temporary per test globals that need to be reset at the end. And so that process of setting and resetting, I think, gets a bunch faster if you use a scope extension instead, which is like an object applied to the top of the scope. But we'll see. For that to actually happen, we need to have like a testing library that's like has Bun specific optimizations. But yeah, I'm pretty happy. Like I've been using the test runner. We've been using the test runner too more. And it's sort of like the cyclical thing of when we make the test runner and Bun better, then we make Bun more stable. But yeah, let's see why this is not sending the event. Just as a quick thing, we could just literally send the copy pasted version. Yeah, I don't know. I've said, I'm honestly not sure if isolation is that important. Haven't needed it all in my projects, but many people disagree with me on this. Yeah, I think when people say they want isolation, what they really want, I think, is reset make sure that there are no more pending timers and no more pending callbacks that would then, and also no more like random things assigned to globals. And I feel like if there's just a better way to reset all the state, then you don't actually even need test isolation, because you also don't want to actually reload all the code most of the time. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, or take up my said can't watch the stream for long. Will it be available? I'd like to. Yeah, so you can. This will be. This will just be a video on here after this. CPAC said, if Bun reaches node parity, you think we can substitute node with Bun and Electron? Probably not. And the reason why, unfortunately, is that there's just, I think Electron is, it uses a lot more of node internals than what most applications do. And you really need like a very specialized, like a specific thing that would be necessary would be like, we would need to make Bun very embeddable. And that's something that we don't really, it's a bunch of work to get to make that work well, and we just haven't done it. And I think Electron in general, it really needs to be something that's, I think it's like, I haven't really looked into it that much, but my sense is that Electron is very tightly coupled to Node, and it'd be pretty tough it would be easier for somebody else who's not us to do something like an Electron, like a Bun first Electron alternative. And there have been a couple people who like tried different things, but I think it would need to be, if somebody has to be like really serious about it. And I think that would be, so it wouldn't be like you replace Electron with it. It would be closer to, there's a project that's like Electron. I'm forgetting the name of it, but it looked really cool. I'm just terrible at remembering names of things. That's like Electron alternative using system browsers. Yes, Tari, exactly. Uh, yeah, it would need to be something like Tari, but designed for Bun. And in that case, honestly, using a WebKit fork is not great, because it would be ideal if you could just use the system library, because if Bun could use the yeah, Tori, if Bun could use the system version of WebKit, then instead of being a 20 megabyte, instead of WebKit is about 20 megabytes or 25 megabytes of Bun's binary size. So on Mac OS, you would, instead of having a, what is it, like a 40 megabyte binary, you would have like a 15 megabyte binary. And so that'd be pretty good. And I imagine on Linux, it wouldn't be really that different sized on Linux, unless you actually required it to use the dynamic libraries. But yeah. All right, I'm gonna just do a JSON stringify just to see what happens. Let me send this message. Oops, I don't know why that happened. JSON stringify. Let me copy it. And that did not do what I wanted to do, because it used single quotes instead of double quotes. Do I have a thing for this? Stringify, escape. There we go. Oh, that's not actually what I want to do either. And we say object. All right, let's see what happens if we do that. This is just testing. This is not something that would be shipped. Basically, we're missing, oh, I see. This is not right either. We need to wrap it in this method. Yeah, we had this here, in fact. We'll try that. The formatting is really messed up. So now, run it again. We did not receive the event. Strange. Oh, we didn't receive any event. Very strange. This is on message. Okay, so the other way to do this is to do it on open. Oh. Well, that should be fine. All right, so it's no longer sending any messages. What did I do wrong? Well, let's see what happens if we stick a debugger there, there. I think it'd be more realistic to put Bun inventory, yeah, versus the other versus like Electron. Oh, that's interesting. I spend a lot of hours on Bun every week. I don't do that much else. Okay, so this just breaks it. Do this. That's not good. So another option is bring it back to where it was before we did that. We'll do instead move it to here. If we've never inspector, we just change from inspector here. I don't think this is right, but let's okay, let's see. False if inspector sent a message, say inspector. So then that will cause it to create both messages, pretty sure. Not 100% sure. It must just be an invalid message. This probably is just invalid JSON. It did something. Okay. Okay. It's sending compile script, and that's returning not found. All right, we're gonna have to implement that function, I guess. Also, that's bad. Global lexical scope names not found. I don't like that. That's funny. That error message must be very old. This is so buggy. I wish this worked. All right, I think we should look at what. Yeah, I think this approach isn't going to work very well. I think the approach we need to take here is more of a proxy. I think it would be a better way to experiment with this. let's look around for standalone WebKit debuggers. I vaguely remember seeing one of these. It was like Safari. It's like WebKit dev tools standalone GitHub. I think it was this one. I don't feel like this is what we need though. So the only progress we really made on the stream is so far is it does send events in other threads, across thread. We did get it to have some of these callbacks, but that's not really much. But I think the main issue that there's a few things, but well, one thing we can also try here is we had some other code that was commented out that we could try sending. Let's see if we're not, if we are or aren't sending that. That's a good question. Because we should be sending this event. We were previously. The lack of that embed implies I broke something. I think we need to send see what happens if we do that. I don't think that did anything. I wonder what the WebKit equivalent of this is. Yeah, I think this approach is not good. I think a higher level, instead of trying to intercept messages one by one, we should just like just translate the messages between the two. Let's look at those like runtime iOS Safari debugger proxy. Well, I don't know if we should look at this. I don't actually know if this is what we want. I think what we can do next is one other thing I think would be interesting to just to see just to understand the debugger API a little bit better, because you could actually, one could just use this. It would be interesting to make this work with like a CLI. Like one of the really cool things in Rails that you could do, I don't know if it, you can have a debugger that shows up in on exception. So how would that work? One thing we also might be doing wrong here, now that I think about it, is I don't know if we're actually calling the function to evaluate, like there's some code that's like there's like some callbacks it's expecting. Because it should be, the one of the issues right now is it should be showing that it should be sending those events for like did parse script and all of that. And I don't think it is. Yeah, it did parse code. I see. So we're just doing nothing with it. I think there's also a problem is that we're not actually pausing it on start. So it's probably just never sending it because So one thing we could do here is we start the server. Then once the server is started, make a little callback that's like ready to start debugger. Then we say, we go back to the thread and we say script execution context dot. It needs a task if, is that correct? Yeah. So now we go in here and we say inspector, and then instead of inspector, we say ready to start debugger. I need to wait longer for it to start up because it's still linking. I should really make this linking step faster. Waiting too long for this. All right, now let's see if this ever gets called. Nope. So we call start server, and then we just never call. Very strange. Oh, it's not that strange. Because this never finishes. There we go. Now it calls that function. Now the question is, why isn't it getting that event for script pause or script parsed? I still don't think that does anything, but it's kind of mysterious. So I'm going to try that. That explains it, why it doesn't receive any events. I wonder what happens if we just don't do this. I guess it kind of, well, no, I don't think I did it. We'll try again. The other way to do this, which I don't love, would be like a special built-in internal thing. Might be a little bit easier though to iterate on. Of like in JavaScript, run on this other thread. Yeah, it might be easier to iterate on that. How would we do that? Basically, the point we're stuck on right now is sorry, I'm just thinking as I'm looking at this. The thing we're stuck on right now is it is when we're pausing, I think we need to compare the output from Node because I'm a little confused. Oh, that's a lot of messages. Oh, that's also relevant. I think we should restart that one. We can see it calls runtime enable, debugger enable. And there's like 4 of these which are errors, but those should be okay. And it calls execution context created, the name. And this is our fake message we're sending. And when we call paused, oh, that makes sense. For whatever reason, we're not sending paused. Probably because it's not pausing. Okay, so it's also interesting that it shows tail calls deleted in Bun is a JavaScript runtime, not a programming language. That was in response to, I heard there is a new programming language called .bun, so I stopped to check it out. That's also interesting, though, that it does show the frame name there. But it doesn't show the script sources. Let's figure out how it shows the script sources in. There we go. Yeah, it's this script parsed, which we are missing. Which I thought we had, to be honest. We could just manually send this, though. I don't think it would be crazy to do that. Let's look at where they generate these message IDs, because that's also very relevant here. I think to do that, we'll look at front-end dispatcher. This is interesting. Yeah, this is one thing I don't get is why are we receiving the script parsed message? Because it seems like it's very, very, very relevant. I don't know what's going on there. So now what we're doing is we're trying to see, is it actually calling this did parse source function? There could be a bunch of reasons why it's not. It did, okay. But it's calling it first. So With this, what basically I think that this needs to be is pending messages. We need to send, yeah, we need to turn this into pending messages. I'm going to take the pending messages lock. The desired format. Most of this is the same, but not all of it. Copilot did a lot of that for us. We can provide the hash here. Oh, it did. Does that include the script name and all that? Oh, that's bad, that file. But we can just see what it looks like. All right, let's see what happens when we do that. Are we never calling this? What's going on? All right, we call that for sure. Oh, is this? Oh, that's right. Including messages in there. Call that as well. Oh, so this was right. That's why we're dropping messages. So we're not actually sending these pending messages. Maybe it's like, this set server subscribers. All right, see what happens with that. We know for sure that we're sending this first message here. So we are calling drain when we should. We're creating the message. That's correct. We're draining the incoming messages. Probably this is broken. This might also just be wrong. I don't really remember. Let's look on GitHub. Okay, that's the problem. That's the problem right there. This is wrong. We called dispatch to backend for something we implemented. I call drain. Let me say call send message to target backend. Did I actually do that? Oh, we did. No, it's not wrong. So my question here is why aren't these pending messages? They're seemingly never sent. Oh, we might need to move it. I feel like that can't be right. It should already be created there. Oh yeah, I have, somebody asked, a bit random, but do you have multiple monitors? Yeah, I have my laptop screen and then this monitor. Okay, so interesting. That's very interesting. It only receives it. It's like a deadlock, basically. It's only receiving the outgoing messages. Also, that's funny. Get script source. Where's lengths? Is that just hard coded? Yes. Oh my god. Copilot is not very smart, but it's also pretty good. Also, that's wrong. That's funny. That's really funny. Oh, it's showing it twice. All right, we're going to do this the right way. We're not going to do this super hacky way. Okay, so when we're on connected, that's the problem. Open, we call open. We need to say, it does do this though. I'm confused. Maybe we do this on the first message. But I think we also don't technically need to do this because it should be up here. Okay, that's very interesting. See how we're only getting, it's sending like 10 messages and we're only getting like one. Well, I guess it's getting all these messages back. It's like it's ignoring all the pending messages. Maybe there's just like thread safe queue, and we can just do that. I have a feeling it's something like that. It also could be that. So we can make it so these pending messages dot append. Like it could be that some memory issue with this pattern. Maybe it's so we just don't make it a UTF-8 message. Instead, we just say, oh. because it could be some weird threading thing. No, this is still not right. Could be that, but I doubt it. I'm sorry, this is probably really boring. This is this is this is this is like most things are not. Most things are much more. I know what I'm going to do, and then I'm going to do it. And this is very much a. I don't know how to make this work, so I'm just trying a bunch of things. Isolated copy is, it's like a make a thread safe version of it. It's like it's sort of like, I don't know if there's potentially thread local data, like if this memory allocation is thread local. So I'm not, so I'm trying to see if that fixes it, because there's a bunch of thread local memory allocation stuff that WebKit does. Okay, so that didn't really help. I still think it's something where like the messages are not being sent that are pending. I guess one option is when we could wait for this, basically. I think it's like convar or something like that. I'm trying to remember exactly. Something about parking lot. That's the other one. I don't know if that's exactly what we want. What I'm wondering is maybe we just need to suspend the thread until the server is started, and then maybe it will work. and do this part in Zig because I have a better understanding of how to do it in Zig. Is that right? Well, let's look at the code. Acquire slow. What is it doing? View text. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's basically what you want. So we really just want OS view text here. We're saying the debugger is ready and to wake up all the threads. And then in here. C boring. We need to do this, but I don't actually remember. We used to have to do this. So that dispatches the task, and then we tell it that it's ready. That should have paused it. It should not be running the code. So actually, maybe we call this function on the first open. Yeah, we can see that it did pause this now because it's no longer printing the tick timers. And then as soon as we do that, it's now ticking again. But it's still not doing what we want. Let me just double verify because I was, yeah. So that pauses the script until the debugger has its first connection. But this might even be run too late. This is probably fine, actually, that where that's starting. And we know for sure that it is, well, we can try generating this message and just seeing if this fixes anything. I don't think it does. Because the real question here is, why aren't we receiving the message in here? If we go slowly enough, it does seem like we do. Maybe we need to, maybe when we're starting this, we need to call set inspectable to true. Or we need to set inspectable to true at the very start. Maybe that's something that's broken here. If inspector non-equals 0, set inspectable true. So maybe it just doesn't even generate these events if there's no That's, I think, more messages than before. Not totally sure though. This is my fake message. And my fake message doesn't actually work for some reason. Probably URL is wrong. That's also wrong. Oh, I see. So URL, this needs to be URL file system, URL file system path. Oh. Sorry. Really, that's not the whole story here. Also, the internal compile function is totally wrong. I don't even know where it's getting that from. I agree. It does sound like a race. I'm like inclined to just make this do it in JavaScript because we're already running it on a separate thread. Um, so it wouldn't be that hard. Um, and then we just need a way to send JSON back and forth. Um, let's see how this is populated. How is scripts populated? It should be under, okay. That's weird. Oh, maybe it wasn't. Oh yeah, it's it's like the bottom part of like the Salesforce. No, it's not Salesforce. Uh, it's like the transit center in SF. We could also just try making the inspector start earlier. I think if we just call the debugger and do nothing, it'll start earlier. That's kind of interesting. So it's calling did pause, and then it's just never resumed. It's interesting that injected script ID and script ID are not the same thing. I also kind of want to see what happens if we explicitly throw. Like, what if we did like every second we just throw? Oops. It's the wrong one. It's not. Okay, so that's our fake compile message. What if we don't do that? See if there's like thread save DQ, thread save Q. Nope. That doesn't seem to do what we want. Maybe instead we should do promise.reject. The reason I say that is that promise.reject puts it in the promise rejection queue, which would in turn cause it to hopefully show up in the uncaught exception handler. It does not. For uncaught exception add event. All right, let's see if we have global object debugger. I don't know if that's a real thing. Let's find out. That's not it. It has global object debugger. It has debugger. Then That's interesting. I kind of think I need to use a debug build of JSC. Oh, that's kind of cool. You can set a debugger scope extension. Debugger scope extensions let you add another object to become a global object. So you could imagine like, if we wanted to do like a custom debugger, that's like how you in Chrome, whenever you can do like copy as a function, and that'll like copy to clipboard. So that would let us do something similar to that. Debugger scope extension. So what we want to see here is when there is a debugger, we want to tell the front end channel, that's not exactly the right word for it, but we want to tell it, we want to report the exception. Does it actually need the call frame? We shouldn't need to do this, but we'll see. Global object, call frame is a null pointer, exception. Handle predator's promise rejection handler. Okay. Promise operation is rejected. Then we say promise result. What I'm doing right now is I'm seeing, since we're having a lot of trouble getting the breakpoints to work, I'm trying to see if we can get it so that way, if you have an asynchronous exception, it reports that in the debugger, and then that would let us see what happens when, that would let us see what happens when, that's like another way to get the stack trace thing to show up. Because from reading that code in WebKit earlier, we saw that it didn't actually report asynchronous exceptions from set timeout. So this example where we do promise reject in a set interval is going to do nothing. But it should go in this queue. So that's something. That's kind of interesting. It showed resumed that time. Oh, it just immediately shows resume. That's really weird. I think we probably need to have some state that we track there, which is like when you press pause, we see if it sends the message resume and only resume once that message is received. I think I'm going to call it for tonight, though. It's getting kind of late. I made very little progress, basically no progress. But I have a pretty good idea of how we could potentially do a CLI-based debugger. It's not immediately helpful. It would be helpful for a REPL, but it looks like there's some pretty like this code in WebKit. If we look in here, there's a good amount of control in like these functions, and I think it would be a pretty good experience if we did like an in-app debugger. But I think we need to do a few. That's not the goal of this, but I think it's interesting. Yeah, so sorry that we didn't actually get much done here, but I guess I learned a good amount more about how the debugger works in WebKit, at least how the interface is. But mostly we just got stuck on this stuff for a very long time. I'll do the stream again in a shorter time interval than the time between the last one and this one. See ya.